Greetings, mortals, and welcome back.
So we doing Hermit's Isle today. It's gonna be good. It seemed like I had something that I was gonna say. I didn't. I was just kind of dopily staring at the screen going, words, those are a thing. So, when last we left off, we were clearing out Hermit's Isle. We were talking about Dungeons and Dragons. And just having a grand old time. What do you said? Oh, it's time to start stream. Well, gotta go. Time to start. All right. So, let's see here. So we had started clearing this out. How much of this have we done? Do we want to clear the dungeon first, or do we want to clear out here first? Now that I have the option, I should decide. I think I'm going to clear the dungeon first, just because I can always save out here, so if like 3 o'clock hits, it's not like super dangerous out here, but I don't know how... Yeah, so let's do that. I don't anticipate running into a problem where people just start falling over dead. That seems unlikely. Outside of the more obvious causes, you know, be forgetting to cast preservation and just people dying as a result. So, we're going to start clearing this out. Hopefully, we will do a better job than we have been. Okay. So we're clearing this out, and we're gonna do some business here. So hopefully we find some shiny objects. It'd be really nice. What I actually want more than anything is kind of weird. I want to find a legendary that I've never found before. That's what I want. It doesn't have to be useful. When I get to a save point, what, you're not gonna let me just like do it now? and then forget about it? After I die? What is this?
I don't know.
I can't stockpile my usage? Unacceptable. That's a lot of might. How does that compare? I'm gonna compare this to some of my other stuff. I guess I should have just held like. Interesting. Probably not going to be something that I bother equipping, but that's fine. Alright, Aegis. Immune to flesh stone, shielding. Immune to shielding? Why would I want to be immune to shielding? Here, I think, yes, and we don't need to equip this, though this does have 131 AC on it. It might make sense for me to go sword and board with somebody at some point. Alright, we're gonna pop over here. This is fine. We'll go over here. Clearing that out is going to take a while. Let's go ahead and cast preservation. Yeah, even the Priests of Ba are hitting me for like 15,000 damage. Kind of wild. Oh, I just realized that I didn't actually set the thing to live. I need to do that. Alright, we got a Polar Priest of Ba here that I don't think is hitting us. I think we're gonna get by the other stuff. Oh, it's still... Oh, shit. Yep, that was more dangerous than it had to be. We're gonna...
Ooh.
Yeah, luckily, resists are real, and we're not going to have too much issue with targets that are actually resistible. The physical damage dealers are still going to be really rough for now, but I thought there was a group of warlocks in this corner. Huh. Okay. Am I thinking of an entirely different dungeon? It's cleared. What the fuck? Holy shit. That was closer than it had to be. Holy shit. We were pretty low there. I think we're gonna be chill.
Now here's something. I don't know it. We could sell it.
Okay.
I can't
Sorry,
learn
I can't use
I
it.
don't know it. It won't fit.
No space.
Sorry.
That's the thing I'm going to use when I have the ability to save. I'm pretty sure that I need to go... This is closed, so I don't need to worry about that. Yeah, I think I need to go north and start clearing up here before I'll be able to save. I think that if I clear out a few rooms up here, I'll be in pretty good shape. It's a big if. I'm gonna hope. I hope that I can lock these in a way that I need to. Luckily, we're back up to a good amount of HP. And unfortunately, though, we did not get the boss. This is the boss, so we need to get out of here. We're not going to be able to just tank the boss. here? I think we might be able to. There's one behind me. I'm gonna ignore the one behind me for now. Burn through this. Okay. Done. Okay. Earth.
Victory is ours.
Okay. These are just fire spirits. I think we should be fine on this pull. I think those are dead. Clear these. Okay. Nada. Over here. Also nada. Oh shit. Did I pull back too far? I can't survive with just the ones that I have on me already, so I need to pull back. Are you kidding me? I let my fucking... I let my weakness... I let my weakness... How did haste wear off already? Has it been that long? Holy shit. That's like a long duration at this point. So that's surprising. I didn't realize I'd dicked around that long outside. I guess that makes sense. I've cleared like maybe like a third of the exterior. Not in practice, because the things that I've cleared are mostly like the weaker enemies. I haven't cleared that many of the Titans. Okay. So we should be able to clear this. This is the... Interesting. Are the summoners not working
no
for some reason? Okay. Alright. So we're burning through this. We still have more in this room. We aggroed the devils. These don't explode. Why don't these explode? The ones in the devil outpost were clearly exploding, right?
Useless.
No, they weren't. I was misreading the animation for the thing. I completely forgot about that. I thought they were exploding. Why was I taking some JLE damage? They weren't exploding. I was taking AoE damage when they weren't. I didn't think it was fireball. I thought I had an answer. And I didn't. I was lying to myself. Ooh, that is an interesting item, actually.
No room.
It won't fit.
There's no room. I'm not sure what it is.
I can't carry
There's
it.
no room.
No
Won't
room.
fit.
I can't. My pack's full. I don't know this.
Okay.
Ooh.
Thor. So, is this a second copy of Thor? Or do we already... Don't need the Tolber's pole, probably. Okay, really garbage catalysts I can definitely just toss.
Okay.
Fairly sure I'm not going to be able to... Oh, we got there! We got there! Oh, man. Very nice. I saw it in your inventory. There we go. There we go. Look at that. You know what would have been really funny is to save the game and then use it and then not save because technically it wasn't required.
Victory is ours.
Okay. So we clear out some devil spawn, clear out some of the clerics.
He's tough.
Useless.
Okay. Got this door open. In here. Yeah, I had actually forgotten how much loot there is in this dungeon. There's so few dungeons in the late game that seem to have a lot of chests. Most of like the later game dungeons are like mostly just empty. So it's kind of funny to be like, oh, there's so much stuff here. It's so fancy. Like, you'd think I'd be running into more inventory management issues, but the fact of the matter is that at this point, the enemies are not that likely to drop anything that I'm interested in, because they basically would have to drop either an artifact that I'm kind of like contractually obligated to hold on to until I can give it to a dragon, and legendaries, which are incredibly rare. The fact that these are going to keep hitting me with fireballs means that I'm not going to be able to pick up my healers, I think. Okay, we got that one. How negative are we? We're only 6,000 negative. It's tempting to just reload for this, but I'm not going to. I'm pretty sure that I can just keep going now. I do have regen cast, right? Imagine if I didn't have regen. Okay. Okay. So Corvus recovering at an okay pace. Oh right, there's some sort of bonus to your regen if you haven't been in combat for a while, right? Ooh, I might actually. I don't actually want to die. I want to live. Ooh, there's a venomous priest of Ba here. That would have been bad if that had hit me once. Okay. It's so funny. It's just funny seeing Korgrick like just chunking up with the lifesteal. I should get Korgrick's stuff set up. I think once we finish, maybe when we finish the dungeon, because this isn't like that hard a dungeon. At least the way that I'm fighting it. Obviously, I haven't like actually fought like an actual boss in about a century, but with the way that I'm fighting it, this boss, this dungeon isn't like super difficult. So does anyone remember what the pattern is for the altars? I think we're fine to just kind of charge here. I'm not going to go completely crazy with it. We're not going to go, like, enter the room, just to make sure that there's some mitigation going on from the walls. But I don't think that the fire elementals are super dangerous to me right now. Let's see. Devil Warrior. How was I struggling so hard with these devils? I'm actually not sure. I feel like there was... Is there some weird effect in the Devil Stronghold area that's similar to the effect in the Control Center or something, maybe? That just makes the enemies in there substantially more dangerous because they're multi-hitting or something? Because I can't get over the fact that I'm pretty sure I was taking AoE damage from the minions, but they can't do AoE damage. Like, I wasn't taking it consistently, but it felt like periodically 5 people would take damage from a single hit. For the non-warrior. I don't know why. But those were big hits, and they weren't fire damage. Right? Like, that's weird, right? Like, that's a weird... Everything about it was so strange. Boot for corners, right? I don't know why that one isn't attacking me. The line of sight in this dungeon is a little bit more wonky than usual, actually. Like, these have ranged attacks. They should have line of sight there. Even if they're not willing to approach closer, you know? Okay, we got a fire elemental here. Oh right, the fire elementals aren't going to make my life a living hell in this dungeon. They're gonna come to me. This is amazing. Imagine not having the elementals go to the maximum possible height. Ugh. I think it would be kind of cool if Grandmaster Fly allowed you to fly indoors. I'm sure it wouldn't work because the dungeons aren't designed to work that way. So like the actual terrain might fully break. Like there's weird stuff with the way that like the actual maps are laid out, where like two places can occupy the same physical space. So like you can see it very easily in Garrick's Forge, where there's an area where if you jump at a slope, you can just jump into the the room that is above it, because the room actually is there, but the wall is invisible from that side. And it's not, and the wall is also permeable from that side. So you can just jump into the invisible wall, and then you are on the other side where the wall is very real and permeable. It's a very strange dynamic. So that makes me feel like maybe it would be dangerous to can I get you all to like come to me actually and not get stuck in the wall? Because if I could get like some of you to come off of this bridge, it'll make my life a lot easier. Ooh. I will say, the amount of effort that they put into making these environments flyable is incredibly high and deserves infinite amounts of respect for, you know, not only like bothering to do it, but to like it's not an easy task. So there we go. It would be very funny if I had used that and then it had immediately fireballed right after. I was pretty sure that it couldn't because it doesn't seem to have line of sight on me. But oh shit. That was very unintentional. So we've opened up the next side. Can we save? Yes, we can. Okay, perfect. Whew, boy, that there's close. That could have gone pretty bad, I tell you what. That was a humdinger of a problem we got there. Boy, howdy. I'm not actually a Southerner, so I have no actual ability to do that and not have it be incredibly offensive, because it's just what some Californian thought a Southerner sounded like. I'm from way too far south to be in the South, okay? America's kind of weird like that. If you get too far south, you leave the South entirely. Goddamn. I forgot to recast preservation. Whoopsies. Alright. Saving it again. Alright, we have somebody who's... Hold. It's so nice being immune to their monitoring effect, actually. Like, that's actually such a huge deal. Toast. But we got elementals around there somewhere. I'm gonna just run back and save. I think those are demons that are in the bottom, actually. The thing down here, I think that's demons. Interesting that these auto aggro. Oh, there. Hello. Oh, nice. It's so fast. That was so funny. Slinger Silver Tongue had like 4 HP. Alright. So we've got the memory cube thing.
I can't carry anymore.
Which means
Won't fit.
There's no room.
we have
My pack's full.
all 4 of them and can start.
Let's leave it behind.
Oh, some of these are elements. No, these are new. I hadn't aggroed these yet. It's like, oh wow, some of them were elementals that hadn't come out at me. I was like, no, not accurate. Over here. Are there demons nearby? Always. The answer is always. So we should be able to clear enough of the dungeon that we can leave the dungeon and come back to reset the demons to a place where they can actually be attacked from. And then we can just clear those out. And oh shit. Oh, okay, well, luckily the doors are closed. Alright. So moving right along, we're gonna clear through you. Welcome back. Welcome back. So things are going pretty smooth. But sadly, we haven't found anything particularly shiny. Alright. We have saved and we've used the horseshoe. Whew. We have done both of these things. I have fulfilled my contractual responsibilities. Was that even a coherent sentence? Did that make sense through the yawn? We have saved and we have used a horseshoe. I'm actually unsure if that was remotely legible. Let's see. Here we go. Shit ton of elementals. Just burn through those. Yeah. Eloquence, that's me. That me. Speaking of eloquence, have I taken my meds today? I sure haven't. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah. You wouldn't think that the ADHD meds are related to eloquence? They're not, in the classic sense, but you get substantially less eloquent over time. You get less eloquent over time as you continue on the same point for longer and longer and longer. I'm just taking methylphenidate, the standard ADHD medication. From my perspective, it makes a fairly marginal improvement because I have no, like, whatchamacallit, like, I basically just don't even have object permanence, honestly. So, from my perspective, it's not that obvious. But my wife's like, oh no, it's a big difference. Take your fucking meds. So, and I can occasionally tell the difference in terms of other stuff. The issue really does come down to like when I'm on the meds, I forget how difficult things are when I'm off the meds, and when I'm off the meds, I forget how easy things are when I'm on the meds. You know, these are the issues with things. But I do definitely notice, like, in day-to-day conversation, it's so much easier. It's so much easier for me to talk to someone and not get, like, completely and fully distracted thinking about trains. It's never trains. I don't think about trains that often. Well, no, I don't. I say it's never trains. Look, I do watch Not Just Bikes. It is occasionally trains. It's usually not trains. It's very rarely trains. But yeah, someone will be telling me about their day, and it's like, oh, that's cool, that's interesting. Ask relevant follow-up questions, engage. Not like, yes, that's very interesting. It also reminds me of this world-building detail that I've been working on in my head. Let me completely disengage from this conversation for the next 12 seconds. Not a long time, just 12 seconds. And figure out this, like, nitpicky detail of my setting. Okay. We're back. What are we saying? Oh, we're on a totally different topic now. Oh, shit. But anyway, I find it much easier to not do that. Now, I will still ramble about any world-building shit that I'm doing at total random, right? But I'll make that the topic of conversation and then make people suffer through it. That's very different than being unable to maintain with the current topic of discussion, which is not my world building. Totally different. Yeah, I haven't seen Norm Macdonald in so many years. Norm Macdonald was like a big, like, media figure in my life when I was young, and I think it's probably just because I don't watch Comedy Central anymore, because I don't watch TV anymore at all. But I don't know that I've seen Norm Macdonald in however many years. Norm Macdonald could have died 20 years ago. I don't actually know. But that would also explain why. But, you know, that's... God damn it. God damn it. That would explain... It didn't occur to me as an explanation until I was like, oh yeah, I haven't seen that guy in a long time. And this is what happens. Okay, so not 20 years ago. So contextually, the fact that I haven't seen him in substantially more than 3 years means that I'm still not, like, in the actual, like, the sort of, like, media landscape where he is. I don't remember that much about him. He did, like, the, is it Weekend Update? Is that the thing that they did? It was Weekend Update with Norm Macdonald, right? Are those the only ones left? Those might be the only enemies left. Oh, yeah. O.J. Simpson. Wait, did O.J. Simpson have the nickname The Juice? Because if O.J. Simpson had the nickname The Juice, I just figured out why he had the nickname The Juice. And that's really embarrassing. Actually. That's a new one. Okay, so we do need to go through this tunnel. Let's see. But were you born yet when he wrote the book saying how he did kill those people that he didn't kill? God, what a fucked up guy. Yeah, I think I was probably like 11, maybe 10, when the trial was going on. Like, I remember that even, like, as, like, a kid, it was, like, a thing that I was, like, aware of. Right? Like, it was so much of a circle that random... If it was in 94, I was, like, 8 or 9, actually. Not, like, 10 or 11. So it would have been immediately after I got to Minnesota. Like, like, I still remember, like, that it was, like, a whole circus. But, like, I don't think when I was that young, I was watching stuff like SNL. So it's just like, it was such a huge, like, media thing that it was impossible to escape, even, again, like, as a kid who, not the target audience for that kind of thing. Or maybe exactly the target audience for that kind of thing. I don't think so, though. I think people tended not to talk about, like, murder cases with children in 1994. The society's moved. Society's changed on this front a bit. The society's changed a bit on, like, that whole dynamic, but
Come on, let's go.
in large part because it's easier for like kids to independently, find information now. All right, so we do have 3 that fell, and we should be able to. I mean, just because I'm a kid doesn't mean that I'm not aware of all the teenagers that are, in my tweeters. Alright, so one of them has already fallen in. Let's see. How do I get... Oh, yes, because why would I need to be able to do this if I came here normally? We're fine. Just jump across. Okay, we just have one more that we need to clear. I don't think I can just jump down there to do it. I think I am going to need to set it up. But yeah, the internet really did change everything. As someone who, when I was 9, the internet was functionally not a thing. I'm not going to say what their relationship is to me because I don't think that that's appropriate, but someone that is a relative of mine who was 8 at the time was telling me about how 9/11 was an inside job at dinner one day. And that was surprising. Wasn't my first expectation of how that conversation was going to go. Not what I was expecting. And also, importantly, it wasn't like the parents that were weirdo conspiracy theorists or anything. It wasn't from them. It was just YouTube. It was literally just YouTube. It's oh, I'm watching cute animal videos, and then YouTube put me onto the crazy train because YouTube just loves to put small children into the crazy train and into conspiracism. And YouTube just jumped him into full on just nut job end of YouTube from nature documentary stuff, right? Nature documentary shit is the stuff that he actively was seeking out. That's the stuff that he was looking for, and the YouTube algorithm decided that, oh, you learning about animals? Cool. Humans are animals, and here's the crazy shit that went down. Yeah. Truly mind-boggling. Truly mind-boggling. So, look, it used to be that if you were going to be groomed into conspiracism and shit from a young age, it was going to have to come from your parents. Or some other authority figure in your life. And these days, they'll just let fucking anybody with a fucking camera indoctrinate children into crazy conspiracy shit. It's wild. It's truly wild. Oh, man.
No space.
God, it's really funny how how unaware each generation tends to be about what their kids are doing online. because the things that you need to like be aware of now are so different than the things that you need to be aware of before, and it's really sad, like having to like see boomers try to like get like trying to navigate a world where the people who are trying to scam you out of your social security number are now multinational corporations that you use all the time, right? Like the entities that are trying to scam you are your bank. Like really wild shit. Like the like information security has gotten so bad so quickly because nobody with power wants there to be any info security, but yeah. Oh yeah, it was definitely used as a political tool to do horrible things. Like, horrible things were done in the wake of 9/11, fully cynically, right? Like, fully cynical bullshit, like, oh yeah, let's blame Iraq for what a bunch of Saudis did, right? Like, that kind of shit is very much, like, very 100%, right? But, like, there's a lot of crazy shit out there that isn't helpful, right? It's not helpful to just be like, oh yeah, the US government is bad, so every bad thing was done by them. There's enough bad things that they actually do that we don't need. Like, I think the US government needs to, like, actually do something to hurt, their own people in order to get an excuse to bomb whatever brown people they want. Americans don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. You can bomb whatever people you want, pretty much whenever you want. You just have carte blanche, right? So, anyway. That's the whole thing. Like, it is my understanding, to be clear, that specifically George W. Bush was looking for an excuse to go after Iraq from day one because, and I quote, "He tried to kill my daddy." I think that's an exact quote. Okay? Like, fucking crazy shit. Okay? If we're being very clear, America's really fucking nuts. Oh. I didn't actually use the horseshoe, did I? Let's see. I went into my inventory and dropped a recipe. That's basically the same thing as using a horseshoe, right? Let's see here. This is that real ADHD life. Let's see. I don't know if I'd say typical tribalism. It's very the American tribalism is very atypical. Like if you live in like God, what is the place that I'm thinking of? Eastern Europe, former Soviet bloc. The place that famously everyone hates everyone who is directly adjacent to them. Oh, shit. No, it's not a specific country, but I think Serbia is in this region. Is it the Balkans? The Balkans. I think it's the Balkans. Sorry, I stuck with nouns. There's a degree of tribalism that happens in the Balkans that is about what America is like. It's with everybody. Like, because most countries don't go to war very much and don't have an interest in going to war. And the only reason the Balkans aren't in a continual state of warfare is because much larger countries keep stopping them from doing what they want to do. And all that shit is material conditions stuff, right? Like it's very sad that that region of the world is in a position where like the people there are so like hateful of like literally their neighbors, right? And that's very, very sad and unfortunate. And it's very sad and unfortunate that America is the way that it is as well, right? But at any rate, so yeah, no, I don't think American tribalism is very normal. Like, the Europeans hate each other, right? But they're not actively going to war about it anymore. The key word there is anymore. Like, you want the most racist continent on Earth? Go to Europe. That's not entirely fair. But it might, actually, maybe. But it's well, that's the thing. I don't even think that element is tribalism. That element is, I think that's more an aristocracy thing. Like, George W. Bush was a member of basically the landed gentry. And the idea that, like, that someone would, like, I don't know what the hell he was referring to. He was, if I had to guess, I would say he was probably being totally sincere and he was referring to some random failed assassination attempt that nobody ever heard about, right? And, like, that, to me, is, like, the idea of, like, oh, well, I don't give a shit about, like, any of our soldiers. I don't give a shit about, like, all of the other people that this person killed, because he was talking about Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was a terrible, terrible person. Like, to be perfectly clear, Saddam Hussein did crazy shit. Terrible person. And there's just a billion reasons to be like, yeah, man, this guy's fucking terrible. And for someone whose father was the president of the United States to be like, yeah, the reason is because of a personal vendetta of my immediate family member, my father, is the most landed gentry shit of all landed gentry shit. Like, to me, that's very much like, ah, yes. Why is it that America's going to war with this random country? Oh, well, you see that a rich guy was really pissed off at this other rich guy, and that's the entire reason. That is the reason in its entirety. Which, to be fair, that largely describes probably about 30% of the wars ever waged in human history. I'd say 70% of them are in some way or shape or form attached to resource acquisition. But, like, the resource acquisition element of the Iraq War, I think is actually overstated. I don't think that we went to war with Iraq because of the oil. I think the oil was the thing that sold the State Department on the crazy vendetta that George W. Bush had. Like, I actually think it was just a personal vendetta, and the State Department would have found a way to weasel out of doing it if not for the resource acquisition element. But the fundamental driving force of it was a personal vendetta. That's my thinking about the Iraq War. Like, which, again, we have the guy saying in public that's why he wanted to, and we know for a fact that he is the driving force and that he was in fact trying to go to war with Iraq from the moment that he set foot in the White House. These are all things that have been revealed publicly at this point. They've been declassified. So, like, it is understood that it was his baby, and his stated reason for having a vendetta against them was he tried to kill my daddy. Right? You just said it out loud. You just said it. So... And that's the sad thing, is that when you give people, like individual people, huge amounts of power, those individual people making decisions that are, you know, fully just, you know, not even in their own self-interest, but just in their own, like, emotional, you know, bullshittery. The emotional ticks of the fabulously wealthy lead to, you know, the destabilization of entire regions of the planet, right? Not that the region was ever particularly stable, to be clear, but, like, we've certainly made sure of that. But, yeah, anyway. How about them sports, huh? I'm sure some sports are happening. Great segue. Great segue. Well played, Art.
We don't need
I say that as if, like, I don't go on random, like, political tangents frequently enough that, like, people who are watching me wouldn't be interested in a random political tangent, and that I'm off topic. It's like, no, you're pretty much on topic. You're on topic. This is on brand. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I think that it's very sad. I think that people need to talk about politics more. You know? Politics is dumb, but very important. But, though, to be honest, it's probably for the best that most gaming channels don't allow politics at all, because the average gamer's political takes are, like, a problem. You know? Like, not even a problem as in, like, they have, like, bad political instincts or even bad political takes, so much as just, like, being so fully, like anti-intellectual about the whole thing that, like, it's all just vibes. And vibes-based politics is really bad politics. Like, that's some, like, that's some toxic shit 100% of the time. To be clear, vibes-based social circles are actually incredibly great. You know, being like, you know what, I don't want to interact with this person because the vibes are way off. And, you know, look, an element of that can be done with politics as well. Like, if the vibes are very off on, like, Jamal Bowman's, like, political opponent, for instance, like, whoo boy, that guy seems really fucking racist. He's like a Democrat out of the 1960s, right? I've been following that, like, race a little bit, and I saw their debate, and, like, oh boy. Whoo boy, was that wild. Every moment you're just waiting for this guy to call Jamal Bowman boy. And I say that kind of, like, unironically, like, it was bad. It was really bad. The whole tone is very, very, very bad. And then he just came out and said a bunch of racist shit after that. So it was like, oh, okay. I'm glad we're making it explicit. Because, like, one of the things that's weird is that when you are dealing with, like, vibes of that type, it's like, is this person actually, like... It's just like, oh, yeah, these vibes feel really weird. The vibes feel very off. But, like, at the same time, it's vibes, right? Yeah, I think that he's losing, yeah. He did, like, this is the most money that's ever been spent on a primary race in American history, which presumably also means in human history, right? Because American primaries are the things that people spend all the money on, because it's illegal in most places. And also it's like the largest economy on the planet. So, you know, for now... Well, actually, okay, so it depends on how you define economy. It's like economy from a country level, yes. I think the EU passed America a few years back. I could be wrong on that, though. So the EU might actually be the largest economy in the world. I would consider the EU to be an economy. Like, sure. No objection to calling the EU an economy. Obviously, I don't think I would go so far as to call it a state, even though it does have some state characteristics, right? But in the same way that I wouldn't call the UN a state, but I also wouldn't call the UN an economy. Oh boy, I think I'm dead. Oh, I missed. If I hadn't started moving away, I probably would have survived that. Actually. I missed in the sense that I was too far away. I ran out of range. Let's see. I feel like adding 10,000 house seats would probably make everything worse. Yep, that sounds like Twitch. I should probably be, let's see here. I should probably be using the Discord because of the fact that Discord notifications are probably more consistent. And then, like, basically just have, like, a bot that does it. I think I had one at one point. I was worried about spamming people, but... but you can turn off the Discord notifications. Maybe I could even put as a... Let's see. Yeah. See, that's the issue, right? Because, like, what I have noticed is that when I go live on Twitch, like, people don't notice. When I go live on Twitch and then I post in the Maw thing that I'm live because I was, you know, Malekith suggested / requested that I do that. I immediately have a bunch of people show up because, you know, there's notifications there. Let's see here. As for why I think it would be worse to have an extra 10,000 things, because of the fact that at the end of the day, it mostly just obfuscates the process and makes it easier to fuck with without, like, real pushback on a meaningful level. There's a balance to be had between, like, sort of like, if you centralize too much power into an individual person, or even like an individual group, right? Then you end up with a problem of accountability where they're unaccountable because they are like, they're unaccountable because nobody has the power to hold them to account. However, if you distribute the power to make incredibly important decisions among tens of thousands of people, without like real coherent, like centralized, like connections to each other, right? There's no connection between people who are running for office locally to each other. Congress is not related to each other in any meaningful way. Like, each congressperson is not part of the same accountability block. So the issue becomes that you can probably do way more egregious and crazy things with each seat if you if nobody's paying attention to any of the seats, because it's impossible, because each individual congressperson is functionally irrelevant, right? If each individual congressperson is, on the whole, irrelevant, their vote does not matter any more than the average American's vote matters, you do run into an accountability issue where a bunch of stuff just happens and everyone can say it's not their responsibility, right? Absolutely everyone gets to say, oh, well, you know, it's not the fault of me, it's not the fault of my party, it's not the fault of my constituency or whatever. So, from my perspective, I think that an extra 10,000 seats would be a problem. That isn't to say that more seats isn't necessarily good. I just mean that 10,000 is too much for any sort of public accountability, right? Like, that is an issue. From my perspective. Because I don't think that a congressperson should only be accountable to their constituents. I think that's a crazy way to run a country. That, to me, is insane. I think that a governing body should be responsible to all of the people, and individually having them held to additional account by their local constituency is good. But if they're only accountable to their individual constituency, then, like, the local Klan meetup, which everyone's a member of, is, because 30,000 people is not a lot of people. That's like a local Klan meeting, right? Like, at that point, they're only accountable to whatever bizarre niche interests that their microculture has created. And that's not useful for anybody else. And they're fundamentally governing the entire country, not just their own local area. And in addition, like, it's bad for local politicians to only be accountable to whatchamacallits. It's bad for local politicians to only be accountable to their own constituency as well, right? So, but yeah, there's a big difference between having, 30,000 people per seat with, like 300,000 people and 30,000 people per seat with 300 million people. Like, these are very different things, especially since when it started out, of those 30,000 people, 15 of them could vote. Right? Like, none of those people could vote. Like, it's meaningfully distinct. If you take an organization and you increase the scale of that organization, even ignoring the obvious fact that America was a crusader state and not a democracy. Like, it was not a representative democracy when it was created. It was fully a crusader state. That is the mechanical details of how I would describe the country. Complete with, if you conquer this territory, we as the government will say that you own it. That was a core component of American, like, expansion. That's just crusader state shit, right? Like, that's, if you take this territory from these infidels, you can have it, right? Like, that's just crusader state shit. So America started fundamentally as a crusader state, and then over time transitioned into a sort of, like, federalized, like, democracy. over time, right? But I'm not sure what definition of anarchist you're using. Preservation? Why would we have something like preservation? What is this madness? Do we want to stay alive or something? We're making pretty good progress. I will say, despite the fact that you know what I was going to do that I forgot to do? We were going to do some inventory management, right? I forgot to do this. We need to purge off this affix and replace it with of darkness. So let's do that now, because that's going to be really, really important. Getting this switched over is going to give us an additional, I don't know, like maybe 10% healing throughput, something like that, for like the overall party. Like, really big difference. And we need to make this happen. So we're going to save under danger now that we've cleared off the affix. And what level are we? We're 188. So we should, I think, be able to use one of these, and we're going to. We're going to use this. It's fine. And hopefully from this seed, we can get what we're looking for. Spells is not what we're looking for. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's see.
No room. I have too much. No room.
No space.
Nope.
Look at this. Where did these boots come from? But yeah, I'm not familiar with any anarchist philosophy that is principally against democracy, outside of the principle of opposition to states, right? Like the opposition to statehood, that I comprehend. Opposition to democracy sounds more like libertarian shit, right? or maybe ANCAP stuff, anarcho-capitalist maybe.
I don't know it.
But I think the capitalist part is the most important of anarcho-capitalist. The anarchist part is a bit lower on the totem pole. Let's
I
see.
don't know this.
What are we doing? Okay, we needed the 60s, yes. Hey man, you know, states are fundamentally bad. States are bad, actually. But specific nation states are bad. Principally. But there's the question of the alternative. There's the question of how you manage to avoid having a de facto state show up, right? Because a corporation is a state, right? Like, that's what a corporation is. At the end of the day, a corporation can only exist as long as you have state power to back it, right? And a nation state is basically just a corporation with a monopoly on violence. That is fundamentally what the nation state is, right? So, at the end of the day,
I can't identify.
if you abolish a nation state, you need to figure out how to avoid Walmart from just hiring a private army. And now they're the nation state.
I wish I knew.
Hey, look, there doesn't have to be a state to protect it necessarily, right? Like, there doesn't have to be a state to protect it, but, like, there has to be someone with a gun to protect it at the end of the day. Private property is fundamentally tied into violence. And you know what? No, I would say that private property... So, to be clear to anyone who's less politically engaged and who's in chat, private property and personal property are different things. Okay, so private property is property that you have that you basically use to take rent off of, right? So that rent can take the form of literal rent if you're a landlord, where you literally take rent from a person. Or it can be you own a factory and workers are forced to make things in that factory for your benefit, right? And then if you feel like it, you can pay them some money, or you can just hire some guards and pay those guards some money to enslave the people in the factory. But fundamentally, the relationship that you have there is one of private property. So private property is that relationship. Personal property is your shit that you use. Give me a second. No, it doesn't. Okay, perfect. It's so convenient when they start immediately with the robocall shit. Okay. So anyway, there's a significant distinction between your personal property and your private property. There's a degree of overlap when it comes to like a house. Oh shit, we got it! Oh right, we didn't even need to do this. We could have just used the potion like I was suggested in last stream. We didn't even need to do this. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. I completely forgot. Should we make the potion? Should we make the potion now? Let's do it. Let's make the potion now. We won't even use the other... Because the other item's going to be rare. I don't want to use a rare item for this. Fuck that. Okay, let's use the potion. So, we just fiddled with the RNG to get ourselves a thing that we did not need. Where is our... There it is. Let's see. You know, look. You could have just stopped that sentence at, how could you possibly think? I feel like if you had just stopped there, it would be equally accurate. Okay. You know, that's a good point. I don't think it was. I think it was technically just a question. Like, I think it was just asked, like, oh, is it allowed to just use the slaying potion? And I'm like, yeah, of course. It's like a permanent, it's a permanent boost. It's definitely allowed. Am I allowed to do it? I'm allowed to do all sorts of things that weren't specifically suggested to be my chat. I am my own person. I can do things. Let's see here. So we are looking for our white potions. And these don't do it. So we have a Philosopher's Stone. So we should definitely be able to make it with this Philosopher's Stone. No problem. 83 plus 26 on its own is going to get us there. So we can definitely make this potion. We don't need to worry about it.
I don't know this.
I should probably equip my bow of identifying shit. But I think what we're going to do, because I don't have what I want, really, I'm going to toss these catalysts. I don't need these catalysts. I'm going to just start mixing potions until I get what I want. What feels like of darkness to us? Enchant item? Enchant item seems like something I could expect to get.
Great. Now we can use it.
Turn that into what I'm looking for. Self-resistance, elemental resistance, or paladin's potion. I have a paladin's potion. Paladin's potion does not get what I want. Elemental resistance does not get what I want. And do I have self-resistance? resistance. Divine magic. Is it Twilight? Is Twilight what it's called? I guess I could check on this. I just need to add a red potion.
Great, now we can use it.
Fix... No, that's not going to work.
I don't
that's not going to be super helpful. Speaking of which, how is our age doing? 40, 46, 44, it's all good. It's just called darkness. Okay.
I don't
So, with that being the case, we have an energy potion.
perfect.
I'm gonna make a green potion. I'm gonna make a hardened item potion.
Great, now we can
Hardened item. Swiftness sounds appropriate.
perfect mix. Great, now we perfect mix. Great, now we can use it.
Add blue to get of darkness. Okay, perfect. So I can just add a blue.
Perfect.
So we have a darkness potion. It requires 100 power to work. That's fine because we have a philosopher's stone. How much do I get? 2 points? Power mixing will be increased to 2 per skill point. So I have 52 coming from just my baseline skill, which means that if I make a catalyst, a 50 power catalyst should give me a 102 power potion, right? That seems reasonable. We don't want to use one of the 83 or like the really high powered catalysts if we can avoid it. But I also don't know
I can't identify.
if I have any like, ooh, this might get the job done.
Great, now we can use
That's a 101 power catalyst. Let's go. Alright, so what is the potion that I was enhancing? Right, it's in the 4th inventory.
Great, now we can use it.
Okay. It says to a non-magic weapon. Okay. Drain hit points for the target and increased weapon speed. Perfect. And it requires level 175. We are currently level 188, so we can still use it. Let's go. So we have enough darkness weapon. 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 We have of darkness. We have not of darkness. We have of darkness. We have not of darkness. Let's equip a proper weapon again. And let's go. Can we add a cube? We certainly can. Do we want to? We might as well. I suppose. Let's see how. All right, yeah, our GPS is also substantially higher with this combination. So let's do it. Okay, 184. We're 188, so that's perfect. This is not legendary, so I'm not going to bother upgrading it yet because I might end up just adding a thing that makes this legendary, but I also might end up finding a legendary spear and use that instead. We don't know yet. So because I don't know that yet, there's no reason for me to invest into this weapon. We'll just have to see how things go. You can be upgraded as well. We might as well do that. We don't want anyone falling behind the curve. How's our damage in this area? So Severia is doing fairly well. Korgrick is unfortunately really far behind. Intellect, negative 48 baseline. Let's go. Let's see. As for you, we have a bunch of random bullshit available.
I don't know it.
Let's equip our thing and start identifying these rings, because I have a lot of rings now that I have not identified. And I also have kind of garbage. Like, look at this. This is plus 15 body and a good stat block. So we can just flat out replace this with this, and that's pretty much just an improvement, right? It's give us this 3 extra body magic, so that's more regen, and that's most of what it gives us is more regen. The other thing is that this is now good enough that I can consider just slapping it on you. Like, do we need 36 might and 38 personality and regen spell points over time? Does that seem like a thing we need on a character who, like, doesn't need that shit? Yeah, let's go ahead and put the thing that gives us a little bit of extra regen. Gets an extra life steal from that. Let's see. It gives better regen and more duration. At least I certainly hope so, because if regeneration did not scale and my regeneration spell was healing for more than the regeneration skill with 37 points invested into it, I would riot. I would fully riot. Let's be clear here. I wouldn't riot. I'm not that invested. Like, I know that I was arguing about this. Oh, alchemy plus 15. Can I actually get both of these at the same time? Because this is a relic. Where are you? Let's see. You can stack them. Is it 55 per? So I need a total of 165 to make the tier 3 of the permanent stat boost, I think. If it's 55, it's 110, 165. Yes. So, with that being the case, I now have a bonus of 31. I have 10, so I have 41. We times that by 2. With 82 base power, if we have anything that's 80 or higher, we can make a 160 base power potion. Which means we can start making, with our higher tier catalysts, we can actually start making the potions that we're looking for. So we're actually going to start doing that now. This turns out this is the inventory management stream. We're doing a bunch of stuff now. So divine resistance, self-resistance. So pure elemental is important, and pure self is important. They're both important. I'm going to do both, and I'm going to do both on Severia first, because Severia is selfish. So that's what I'm going for. So we need a yellow to get pure self, and so we can do both of those right now. So let's add a red to this one, and add a yellow to this one.
Great, now we can use perfect mix.
Okay, so we have pure self, we have pure elemental, and 55 power per set to work. So all we need is to take one of our crazy high tier catalysts, like this one. We make a 165 power catalyst. What if I never finish drinking myself under the table? That's the real question. So this should give me plus 60 to body resistance, if I am correct. So we currently have 744. Okay, so that is a plus 60 boost. And interestingly enough, for now, that's a plus 60 boost to all of my resists. Because of the fact that my elemental resists are currently high enough that I don't need the additional effect, I don't get any benefit out of using the other one. And I know that I'm not going to be able to fit. It's time to make a document. This document will be called Potion Recipients. Because we're now at a point where we don't want to waste our bullshit. So Severia, Cortal, Silria, Ashcore, Corvic. And we are going to save this once we have Severia has pure self-resistance. Save. Perfect. Perfect. Now, next on our agenda, this pure elemental resistance that we can play with, let's give that to someone who has an elemental resist as their highest, preferably. Is somebody using... Nobody right now... is using that. Interestingly enough, though, this character is desynced enough that it's pretty important that I do both. Because you can see that Mind is actually higher than the other resists by more than 50%. So, let's see. Oh, is that true? I thought it just didn't do anything. Let's see. So we will need a pure elemental and a pure self for the character that we're dealing with right now. And we can get to... There we go. Look at that. Nope. 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 We need high tier Philosopher's Stones. This is one of the high tier ones. I'm going to just look for Philosopher's Stones, actually, before I do anything else. We don't need this, apparently. We've been told. I don't know, but I have been told. Let's see. 45, 45. I don't know how many we have of the highest tier. Oh, well, that's actually very convenient. Chalk up another fucking W for Greyface. Once again. Once again. Always with the top tier changes. This is an 83. This is also an 83. This is something I can identify. Okay.
It's worthless.
Okay. Then we have a couple more here. Why is your pack full? Because I have you designated as a recipient of bullshit. Okay. It's fine. Okay. Oh, we have another elemental resistance, which we can turn into one of the two potions that we need. So let's turn this into a pure self-resistance with a yellow. Not that. That's expensive enough to not want to use for this. Is it, though? Do I actually care that much? I don't care that much. Devil Liquor, I think, is also a yellow potion, right?
Ooh.
Oh, shit! We have a legendary ring that we just had sitting on. And it's actually a really important one. Oh, shit! Might accuracy, all resists. This is a solid effect. That is so funny. While I'm dicking around in my inventory doing this shit, I'm getting... So, we're just going to check who's the fastest. Who has the fastest? That is a very fast recovery time, actually. Very slow. Slower than... Severia's recovery time is that... No. Wait a second. Okay. That is more what I expected. So, with that being the case, I think that means that... are we going to dump that on Silria? Or are we going to dump that? I think we should probably... It's honestly tempting. Oh, wait, actually, Silria has this weird, like, build. I'm going to do something that I think might be slightly suboptimal. Imagine me doing something suboptimal. It's never been done before. Where the hell did it go? I thought it was in this. I thought it was in this person's inventory, and I hadn't swapped to a different inventory. Was it not? Whose inventory was that shit on? Did I pick it up and then put it in inventory so it's not in the same spot in the inventory? I think I did. Because I thought it was like right here in the inventory, but I'm not seeing the ring I'm looking for there. So, what are we looking for here? Okay, so we're looking for a fancy ass ring. None of y'all are fancy enough. Exactly. The inventory. I found it. I found it. It's right here. So we're going to actually slap this onto Korgrik. Korgrik is not quite the fastest character, but Korgrik has the worst gear by a margin, right? Like, and it will be very beneficial to Korgrik to be able to toss some of this stuff on. So we're going to unequip this ancient antique and replace it with our new ring, which I did not lose again. Which I did not lose again. I didn't lose it. And so what is the boost here? 10% power and minus 0.6 vitality. That seems useful. In addition, this also gives plus to all resistances. So once we get the resist boosting thing, it's going to be easier to keep all of our resistances really high. So we might at some point, if we were going to optimize further, try to purge this, but that's fine. So, yeah, 30,000 vitality. Not a lot, honestly. Not a lot for my current party. But air, mind, and plus 25 to all stats. Oof. Okay. Yeah, we need to improve this gear set. But we're one step closer to having this gear set be remotely appropriate, right? So we're going to save this under test, and we need to take a look at which inventory was it? Was it 4 that I was playing with just now? 5? Which inventory did I dump all those in? It looks 5? Why is it in 5? It definitely was not supposed to be in 5. So I think when I did the inventory sort, I did some stuff that I didn't want to do. That's fine. It's fine. Now, inventory 2 has 2 Philosopher's Stones, 3 Philosopher's Stones, 4, 5. We've got a bunch of Philosopher's Stones. So, Pure Elemental,
Perfect mix.
165. And we're going to make this into a Pure Self with a yellow.
Perfect mix. Perfect mix.
And this can be philosophized. All right, so Pure Self and Pure Elemental. Dong that up there. Well, once we get into the next area, everything's going to be 100 levels higher. So we're actually going to not need that much in terms... Like, it's going to be very easy to get 160 power potions once we get to the next area. The next area, it's going to be trivial. So, Kortal. Pure Self. Resistance. And Pure Elemental Resistance. So let's see what Cortal's looking at now. Cortal now has 81% resistance to everything, 81.6. Does that sound right to me? Let's save this, and I'm actually going to reload to danger. We were at 75%. I hate to tell you this. I didn't make a spreadsheet. This is actually a notepad document. A spreadsheet would be better in a lot of ways. It would be much easier to find because my desktop is full of random fucking notepad documents just like this one. And they're not sorted. Whereas if I did a Google Sheet, it would be sorted. But this is the thing I opened up first. So, God, this would have been so much better if I'd made a Google Sheet. Wait, no. I don't have to retype everything. I just need to put a 1. What am I doing? No, we're making a sheet. No. Wait. What am I doing with my life? Why am I not using a spreadsheet? Okay, we're setting up a spreadsheet. It's fine. I was thinking about it. I'm like, I could just make a spreadsheet like a normal person, because that's a normal person thing to do, is make a spreadsheet for a video game, and then Ashcore, and then Korgrik, and then we can just list what all of the fucking potions that we need. So pure, elemental, okay, elemental, resist, self resist, and then the other ones are there's like might and endurance question mark. I don't remember what they are, but it's like shit. I don't know what the other potions are. Are there 4 of them, or there should be? I think there's 3 of them now, right? Because one of them I think has 3 stats associated with it. I'm just going to say stat 1, stat 2, stat 3. So I could even put 1 through 3 depending on which I want to associate it with, but I'm not even going to. So Severia 1 here, Cortal 1-1. Nobody else has anything. See, the thing is that I could just do 1 through 3 and have everybody at 1, but that would require typing 1 a bunch of times that I don't need because I don't care. So it's self, wisdom, resilience, and power. I could not see chat just now. So wisdom, resilience, power. Okay. Perfect. All right, so we have an elemental resistance potion here, which we can give to somebody. Who needs elemental resistance right now the most? Honestly, it doesn't look like it's Korgrik, but it's probably Korgrik. Korgrik's so squishy. I'm going to give it to Silria anyway, but Korgrik is so squishy. Why don't you have a thing for this? Huh, unusual. Let's see, what am I doing? Alright, we're taking this elemental resist. Do I want to do all the resists first and then do stats? Or do I want to start doing the stats? Let's see. I think it makes sense to do the resists first. Because like, I don't have a real reason to do like a pure wisdom potion for Severia, for instance. And it just makes it more of a pain in the ass to look at the spreadsheet later, rather than just knowing that Severia is one of these behind. Like, I'm skipping a potion because I don't need it right this moment. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So we need to make one of these pure elemental and one of them pure self. And do we have enough? We have 1, we have 2, we have 3. Do we have any more catalysts that are powerful enough for what we're trying to do here? I actually don't know. Turns out we have 15 80 power catalysts just sitting in Korgrik's inventory. where we can't access them. Let's see. I think I'm just going to use these 3 for now. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use these 3 for right now. So we have pure elemental resistance, we have divine resistance, and pure self-resistance. We can... either... None of these people have the thing. I think it might make sense to just give all of them the elemental resistance and call it a day. I think that's what I'm going to do. Elemental resistance is currently the damage type that I'm most concerned about. We do have mind magic. We do have mind damage coming out of the Titans as their secondary attack. But in the near future, we're going to be fighting mostly dragons, which, again, energy damage does rely on whatever your weakest is. So there is that, but that's fine. So we need pure elemental.
Perfect mix.
And then use this. Give that to Silria. So now we have to make the other thing that we just had. What was it? A self-resistance potion? So orange-purple.
Perfect mix. Great. Now, perfect
gives
mix.
magic protection. And then magic protection, we add I guess an orange too? That should get the job done, right?
Great. Now we can use it. Great. Now we can use perfect mix.
Alright, so we just need to add a red to that.
Great, now we can use it. Great, now we can perfect mix.
Okay. And just add a couple of reds.
Now, perfect, great, perfect mix.
And then we have...
Great, now we can use it. Great, now we can use it.
Perfect. So... Done. So we now have pure elemental done for everybody except one character. That's all cool. Let's save this. And how are we doing on resists now? So you have 79 fire, 81, 666 body resistance. That's an auspicious number. And let's see, our vitality is still 30 something. This damage output. Okay. But you can definitely tell that even though the damage output looks like it's way stacked in favor of Ash, it's not. Like this, she's way out damaging. She's beating the spread by a considerable margin. All right, so we're now going to pop over here and type a 1, a 1, and a 1. We now have elemental resistance on 4 characters. We have self-resistance on 2 characters. And this has those potions have a maximum of 90, right? Like I can't get up to like 215, was it? And get a third, another set, right? Haste wore off again? What happened to haste? What is happening? It's almost like time is passing over time. Shocking. Okay. So we should be a little bit more powerful off the back of that. The resistance boosts are going to be a pretty sizable upgrade, right? Like the ring that I just put onto this character that gives $42 resistances, that's like 2/3 of the value that I just got out of those potions, right? Like those potions are giving really big chunks to our resistance stats. So that's very good for us. Do we need 5 power Oh, these are blue. Never mind. I thought those were catalysts. We don't need low power catalysts, honestly. I don't know what counts as low power though, contextually, because we might end up getting something that makes our life a lot easier later. Okay, so we are going to... Body resistance is the resistance that we're stacking, right? I'm actually going to equip this. This gives us some endurance, gives us some body resistance, and like honestly, I think it's really valuable to basically just ensure that Severia is tanky enough to keep lifestealing. If we can get Severia powerful enough, we know that in theory she can solo the game because people do Death Knight solos all the time. Now, do they do Death Knight solos with a fifth of the experience? I mean, not typically. That's atypical. Do people do solos with every other class? Yes. Not nearly as much. I don't think it's nearly as common. But let's see here. Okay, so we're set for that. We've got that done. We could upgrade this weapon if we wanted. We could probably upgrade this one as well. We could probably upgrade this. We could just pump all of our weapons up. And I think we might want to do that. All of our legendaries, just pump them up to the max value that they're going to get for right now. This is 185. That's something I can handle. And this is 180. That's something I can handle. And this is 152, so we can definitely upgrade those. We could upgrade this a couple times. You know, that might be a good idea. And we're basically just going to go all in on lifesteal and maybe like stacking some durability. And hope that that's sufficient for our future needs. I do think that once we start stacking more of these like resist items and things like that, things are going to get pretty out of control. Interestingly enough, I don't know how much of a boost to all resists I even need. Like, this character doesn't need that much of all 7 statistic, or it doesn't need that much of pure resist, in part because they're stacking so much luck, which gives all resists. And in part because every time we do something, and also they're wearing plate armor that gives a lot of resist with their 30 plate. They're getting 224 bonus resist from this. So every time we're getting like a boost to all of resists, we're getting a cap increase where we can stack more of an individual resist and get it higher and get the others higher as well. Let's see here. You know, you'll get there eventually. All you need to do is get good. Sorry. Sadly, I'm actually not like proficient enough in like the Sigma Bro speak to even think of like the terminology I would use to be like blaming people for bad RNG happening to them. I actually not familiar enough with it. For a second, I thought that I was, and if I'm gonna make that D&D character work, I'm gonna need to get a little bit more of that. Though I will say that character has more like of a himbo energy to them than necessarily like the real like toxic style. More like more like evangelical youth pastor energy. So, okay, so look, when the universe decides that you're good enough to deserve the immunity legendary, you'll get it, and it'll feel good. I'm terrible. But the what am I doing? I'm looking forward to getting my next like either mirror or legendary. I can't believe that I've just been sitting on. Speaking of which, let's go. Didn't even get the bow shot off once. We fully nailed that, actually. Oh, shit! That's a problem. Do not want to get swapped into the middle of that torchlight. What is this madness? Like, these things aren't that dangerous, either individually or in small groups, but getting teleported into the center of 100 of them is a bit dangerous, you know? Slightly. If one of these things drops a fucking mirror into the ocean, I am going to rage a little bit. Except I probably won't, because I'm so even-keeled and old now. Let's see here. Easy peasy. That's got to be real rough. Not having a like getting a legendary and then you just can't use it. I've only had one that I just can't use, and technically I could use it. It's like chain. It's just that none of my characters really are very good with chain, so it's like, why would I bother? Actually, I think that one thing that would be nice in the crafting system would be an item that takes a legendary and turns it into one of the legendary orbs. So it basically deconstructs a legendary into just the legendary effect. Because of the fact that they are so rare. Like, imagine if like 2 or 3 of the legendaries that I'd found over the course of my run had been chain, right? Or daggers. I haven't found a single dagger, right? I have pretty broad, like, usability in my party. Like, my party can use most things. But even with my party able to use most things, like, there's... You know, there's quite a few types of items that just aren't really that useful to me. Like, a one-handed axe would be a pretty weak item for me. Like, what use do I have for a one-handed axe, right? So, there's quite a lot of... I've gotten very lucky in this run, just in terms of the... finding legendaries that are very usable. Cordell could use an offhand dagger, but it would be weak. Like, swapping from a two-hand axe to a dagger? Oh, I mean, yeah, Korver could use an offhand dagger. I think offhand sword is way better than offhand dagger. Like, I could be wrong, but, like, does Kortal have, like, more than expert dagger? Like, we just get expert. There's, like, no scaling off of skill at all. There's no speed bonus. So, like, even though daggers are faster, like, we're getting a 58 or 56 bonus to our speed. Like, using a weapon that you're not good with really does cause, you know, issues when you're dual wielding. Because, like, when you're dual wielding, you really want to be maximizing your skill point bonuses because of the fact that, like, dumping a bunch of points into just one skill gets very fast diminishing returns because it just keeps costing more to put points into it and it's giving you the same amount per point. per point. So like you're hemorrhaging skill points. So one of the advantages of dual wield is being able to be like, okay, I can put some points into mace and some points into sword and get the bonuses from both of them. Now, obviously, if I could just dual wield maces or dual wield swords for that matter, I wouldn't want to dual wield swords probably just because it's not going to give me the kind of results that I'm looking for. But just dual wielding swords gives you more of a benefit because you're able to put all of your points into just one of the skills and have it have twice as much impact. But one of the things that Severia is going to have to struggle with is actually the fact that, you know, you've only got the one of darkness weapon, and, you know, you're scaling off of one skill once as opposed to, you know, scaling with two skills or scaling with one skill twice. All right, sleep well. Sleep well. It is 11:06. You know, I was actually thinking that we would clear this place reasonably fast because we had made so much progress yesterday, and I'd forgotten just how crazy it is to fight a fuck ton of Supreme Titans and shit. So the Supreme Titans, we might be able to fight more normally now. We have a like really major boost to a lot of factors, and it looks like we can just kind of tank those. Yeah, one thing that I could do if I wanted to is I actually could, and I did not find the horseshoe. Yes, I also didn't drink myself full, but we're going to do it. Give me a second. We're going to find that horseshoe because yes, I did forget about that. We don't have that many left in our inventory, I don't think. These periodic horseshoe checks are starting to make the total number that we have go down. I'm expecting, though, that we're probably going to, like, stumble on a cache of, like, 4 or 5 of them in here somewhere. Let's see. Let's see. Are we out of horseshoes? How many horseshoes do you think are in Corber's 4th inventory that I still can't access? How many do we think? Like, I'm assuming that I just missed one when I was checking through the inventories just now. Wow. Yeah, because I got one of the nice things about being a streamer when I'm doing my inventory management is we have multiple sets of eyes looking when I'm looking through my inventory. So if I miss something, I'll end up with 3 people going, "Oh, you missed it. You went past it." And unfortunately, there is a slight delay, so it's like, "Oh, well, shit, when did I do it?" But then sometimes people are like, "Oh, it was in this exact inventory." And I go, "Holy shit." We have 2 flutes? Nice. Yeah, I'm making a good faith effort to find another horseshoe. Oh, shit, we have an 83 power Philosopher's Stone. Let's go. We can't use our last Philosopher's Stone until we find a horseshoe. So that we can obey the command. I don't hate it as an idea, honestly. I think it's funny. Let's see. Because I accomplished what I wanted to do with my stuff for the most part. It would be nice to do some more, but the more that but it's not going to change things that much structurally for later when I go through and do a bunch of them. Whereas what we did just now is a lot because it's doing a bunch of them. Yeah, I think we might be out of horseshoes. Cool. That's actually exciting. Good job, team. All that it took was them being demanded for 2 days straight, periodically. That's all it took. But yeah, we actually just fought 2 Supreme Titans at once, successfully. I'm not anticipating that that's going to become a regular event. I never recast haste. Whoops. I think it'll be really funny if we do. Oh, shit, we have another Philosopher's Stone. We need to do a bunch of inventory management at some point. Actually. Like, we actually need to... This is a mess. And, oh no, and I actually shared my save file. Oh no, people can look at my inventory and judge me. They can look at it more than just what I show on stream. Let's see. Okay, what am I doing? I am recasting regen. Actually, I don't necessarily need to. I don't think we're going to take 17 hours to clear the rest of this. We're going to do it anyway, but I don't know that I necessarily need to. One advantage of doing it is that I actually have a higher thinger now than I did before. So I have slightly higher skill than I did before, so that's useful. We've cast this again. 2 minutes on Detect Life. Okay. And I'm going to cast Protection from Magic, because I don't think I have access to that right now. And we can keep going. I'm not going to have to cast any more Protection from Magics once I get that last immunity item in play, luckily. Fortunately, the big one is actually moving in the same direction as the majority of the pack. It's not like separating itself away from the pack. So we can clear these out. Or maybe not. Ooh, this is a problem. Luckily, literally luckily, the enemies didn't they didn't take out Quartal, because if they had taken out Quartal, I think we would have died there. Like, we don't have a lot of mana to recast. Poor Berg. Berg's really struggling. Alright. We really struggling on Cord, but that's okay. Korgrick is gonna eventually have a new dawn. I do think, actually, as we're like getting further in here, I do think that we're starting to catch up to what we need to really just plow through stuff. The issue is, and this is a really serious issue, is it's like, oh great, you're catching up to the power curve, but it's like none of the things that I'm doing are increasing the level of the enemies I'm fighting right now. These are the enemies that I would have had access to fighting 100 levels ago. So I'm like at the apex of my current like power. These are the weakest enemies that I have access to. Like, this is a level 158 Noble Titan, right? This enemy is level 158. The base level for an enemy in Might and Magic 7 is 183. That's the base level. That's the floor. So these Titans that I'm fighting that seem like, oh, wow, you're doing pretty well against late game enemies. It's like, well, unfortunately, about them being late game enemies, they are technically lower level than dragonflies at this point. And I don't think that dragonflies are going to scale crazily enough that is going to make up for the fact that Supreme Titans are still Supreme Titans. I don't know that every level is created equal, to be sure, but it's still a concern. Okay. Okay. Okay, we just dropped a crafting item into the ocean because we're cool like that, but it wasn't a mirror. So... And actually, I shouldn't be clearing this many of these, because now that we're back up to full HP, we can now dive back over to these and start clearing them out some more. So we barely did anything to the Supreme Titan, so I don't know that it's necessarily worth it to try to take that out without separating it. I went too far forward. Is this separated enough now? This is actually separated enough that I'll probably only have to deal with two of them. So let's do this. I probably should have saved, because I'm not actually sure that I can take a Supreme Titan consistently. But I think we're actually going to be okay here. We're coming around the curve. Like, the relative level of the enemies is continuing to, like, plummet relative to us. And I also almost more importantly, probably more importantly overall actually, is we're now getting to the point where we have a lot of best in slot gear. The best in slot gear that we have is going to improve over time. Did I cast Immolation like I was supposed to? No. Look. I'm so bad at this. All right. Look, this is the ADHD. Like, unironically, I think, oh, I need to do a thing. And so a trigger flips in my head and says, okay, you did the thing. Fucking terrible. I'm like, wait, did I do that thing that I have been sitting here thinking that I did for 10 minutes? No. No. No, I didn't. Okay. But yeah, so one thing is that we're going to start punching further and further above our weight class the more our... Wait, why are you still weak? Didn't I cast weakness? No, I didn't, because I only did 2 rounds and there was 5 characters. We're going to start punching more and more above our weight class the further along we get. Just by virtue of the fact that right now... Severia is in a very good place, not just because they have very powerful gear, but because they have a coherent build. Sylria has gone from being extremely weak as a character. Sylria was falling further and further behind, and now we have a fairly coherent build based off of a couple of legendaries that she has, and she's starting to come into her own, right? Like she's starting to have like a coherent identity. She's like healing for not good amounts by any stretch of the imagination, right? Like her healing is probably about on like not. I think it's probably not quite on par with Korrik's regen at this point, just because of the fact that his is passive. The combat healing. Now, to be clear, I'm not talking about her vampiric regen, which is superior to Korgurk's normal regen. But I think that for a while, it felt like completely irrelevant, the amount that she was healing for with her stuff. Now that I've started like leaning into the item that she has, I think that it's working quite well. Getting a two-handed sword with the particular setup that I got on it is honestly not bad. I probably would have preferred a one-handed sword, honestly, because then I could give her a shield, and it would be not. I think can she GM shield? She can't GM shield. So, but even with just Master Shield, like Master Shield is giving 8 AC. There's say 8% AC and 8% resist. Like per point. Like I could dump a bunch of points into shield and she'd actually be super durable. Shield might actually be a really good set. Yeah. Yeah, perfect. So we purged off all of our magical aging effects, which is useful, because I think some of those characters were getting some penalties, actually, from their age. But I could be wrong on that. They might not have been quite old enough. Surely someone who's 40 is in their prime physical condition, right? I don't have like a vested interest in believing that or anything. There's no particular reason that I want that to be the case. I'm just spitballing. I've heard that 40-year-olds are, in the prime of their life, And conveniently, that's like right around the corner for me. I'm so close to becoming in the best physical condition of my life. I say that, but the secret is actually that while I'm no longer in the best physical condition of my life, the reason is because I'm on a diet. So I'll be back in good condition in a few months when I get off my diet. Come on, let's go. Severia! Well played, Severia. Okay. So, we have... God, how about that is a great proof of concept. Look, I'm not gonna lie, I kinda hate it. I kinda hate the fact that she's that good. I don't want this to become a Death Knight solo, but I will say having the ability to be like, you know what, worst case scenario, I just dump a little bit of better gear onto my Death Knight and she can solo the game. It does give me a little bit of a relief from some of the stress. I did not have any idea that there were this many over here. Holy shit. Here I was thinking I had cleared out like half of the enemies that I needed to clear, and I have cleared out nothing. This is basically every enemy. Holy shit. I forget how crazy this corner is every single time. Every time. Alright. So, Severia is doing very, very well. Like, shockingly, shockingly well. Let's see here. Is this... What do I want to do here? It's so funny how tiny this Titan looks next to the giant boss. Can you walk through? You can. Perfect. Alright, we're gonna just pull this into a good position. And then we're actually gonna save because I don't think there's a guarantee that I can clear out a Titan like this. I think I probably can most of the time, but like there's maybe like a 10% chance that it just bursts me down. We're all set. Now then. I'm going to start clearing some more of these. It'll be really great when I can clear out the swapper. That's going to be a big quality of life improvement. Because I'll have a lot more range to play with.
Useless.
Useless. That shit's garbage. Why are we even looking at it? Whoop. So, plop you down, save the game. You know, it's interesting actually. I'm curious where, like, the idea of, like, cursed items that you, like, equip and then can't unequip came from. I'm actually kind of curious about that. Because, like, I know it's like a D&D thing, but, like, one thing that I'm curious about is, like, where does it come from narratively? Because does it just come from the fact that Gary Gygax just really loved traps? Like, it's like, everything needs to be a trap. Oh shit, this is the adamantite. What am I thinking? I'm thinking things that are not smart. That's what I'm thinking. Oh shit. Whew. Let's see. Because I'm wondering about that. Because when I'm thinking about, like, even in, like, D&D media, right? Like, the standard practice for, like, a magic item that's cursed is, I feel, much more akin to the way that, you know, a cursed item is handled in this, right? The relics are the cursed items of this game, right? And the way that relics work is they're very powerful and you want to take advantage of their magical effects, but they have something about them that's very bad for you, right? And oh shit! Oh shit! I didn't... Got it. Okay. Whew. And that seems to be narratively the way that it's used, right? Stuff like sapient items, like sentient, like weapons and stuff like that, are often cursed in the sense that you're, like, subject to the thing. Like, there's the Ring of Power, right, in Lord of the Rings, which is, you know, a classic cursed item. And sure, it makes it so that you don't want to get rid of it, right? So, like, it has an element of bindingness to it there, but, like, your party can just, you know, take it from you. It's like a whole thing, right? They don't even have to kill you to do it. So it's kind of interesting because I feel, because, like, the Ring of Power obviously has huge bonuses that are associated with it, right? Like invisibility, like permanent greater invisibility. For a setting that's like as low magic a setting as Lord of the Rings, it has the most, like, crazy OP item in, like, existence. imagine giving permanent invisibility to like anyone, like even like a big bad evil guy, right? Permanent invisibility is such a powerful effect that like that shit's gonna be their whole deal, is that they're permanently invisible. Like that changes the whole S campaign. Now, admittedly, Ring of Power has the weakness that it actually makes you extremely visible to the big bad evil guy and certain attuned minions of the big bad evil guy. So there is that. But like, hey, 10 creatures on the planet can see through this effect is not a super significant downside. The major downside is just, you go a little bit, like, a little bit crazy and maybe you try to, like, kill all your friends or whatever, right? But even the funniest thing, actually, about the ring is that, weirdly enough, the ring mostly curses the people around the bearer more than the actual bearer, right? Like, Gollum obviously got cursed very badly by the ring, right? Gollum got a bad rap. I don't want to pretend that like Gollum's like curse is not meaningful or whatever, but Gollum also had the ring for like 50 years. Like this is a very long time spent having this ring, and also being, a social outcast, exile, and, there's actually, like,
I'll save us.
other reasons for why Gollum is as fucked up as they are, as opposed to literally just the Curse of the Ring. The Curse of the Ring and its, like, consequences, right, its overall consequences are definitely very significant. But honestly, it's more the consequences, like the side order consequences, probably, than the actual initial curse. But it is kind of wild to think of how quickly, like, the curse works, while simultaneously not being able to get, like, really that much control. It never really gets that much control over a person. Because, like, the first thing the ring does to Gollum, like, spoiler alert for, like, the backstory of one of the oldest pieces of fantasy work. Well, certainly oldest pieces of modern fantasy work. But the thing that it did in terms of mind control effects that was the most significant to Gollum is the initial thing that it did, where, like, it just had him kill his cousin or whatever, right? Like, after that point, does it ever do anything that serious? And by that serious, I mean as serious as that effect, not, oh, what did the ring ever do to Gollum? No, not like that, but, like, in terms of the comparative value of the curse versus, the in the initial stages versus, like, oh, now this person who killed their cousin became a recluse and hid in a cave for 50 years. Like, that's actually fairly normal behavior as a response to, oh, I just killed my cousin, and everyone I know, I'm a pariah now, and also feeling very, guilty about what I did, presumably. And then after 50 years of sitting on that, you don't feel that guilty anymore. But it's like, yeah, of course you don't feel that guilty anymore. It's been 50 years and you've been talking yourself up in a cave going like, oh, I had no choice, he was evil. That whole time. Like, even that part, like, I don't know, man. How much of Gollum's shit is actually the ring, and how much of it is just, like, the consequences of that first thing the ring made Gollum do? And did the ring even make Gollum do it? That's another wild thing, is, like, did the ring even make Gollum do that? Or was it just that Gollum was kind of a piece of shit and also really hated their cousin? Right? Like, and things got a little out of hand, you know? Things got a little wacky. And, you know, people ended up dead, right? Like, I don't know. There's a world where the entire curse element of the ring is greatly overstated. And that it's just people being kind of greedy assholes. It's gonna take so long for me to regen enough HP. Because these characters are so low. Look at the negative 30,000 HP. Of course I'm still talking about... well, actually, I've been mostly just talking about the Curse of the Ring in The Lord of the Rings, and the fact that it might not actually be nearly as cursed as, you know, people indicate, because the behavior involved with the Curse of the Ring is... a lot of it is actually explainable with perfectly normal, like, people being shitty to each other stuff. So... I'm just saying the Curse of the Ring might have been greatly overstated. Look, if I don't get distracted by something, I can talk about almost any topic for almost any amount of time. I'm just very distractible. So we're just going to fight this Noble Titan with 3 people because we don't have any healing. So it's functionally impossible to... There we go. If I get hit hard enough, right? If I just get hit into like negative 30k territory, like that character just ain't coming back because I don't have enough max HP to recover. What hit me that hard? Was it the boss? I haven't killed the adamantite yet. So the boss hit me so hard that it took that long to recover. I'm gonna need... The issue is that I think that Ascension healing has been made so that it doesn't lose efficiency as you go up in Ascension. So I think healing doesn't lose efficiency. So healing should just be more powerful as you gain Ascension. But I actually don't know if that matters, because I guess it matters a little. So if I can get my... Like, what is my biggest individual heal? This is the biggest single target heal I have, right? That's 1,300, so Power Cure is kind of garbage, huh? Oh, Power Cure is just garbage. Is that all that it is? Is Power Cure just garbage?
Yes.
These motherfuckers can cast Cure Disease. Interesting. Interesting. Alright. So, 1,300 is certainly not a huge amount. Was that in... I thought I set... I set this to be my E. Did I set it to be my S? Oh, what a dope. What's up with this guy? What's this guy even doing? So, no, that was a crit. So 855 non-crit healing is... I would need to cast that 10 times to burn off of a negative 8k deficit. Since I don't, because I do have crit, so... So probably I can burn off a 10k deficit pretty consistently with about 10 heals. I think I could probably make that work. So it would probably take 20 to 25 to break through a negative 30k hit. And the mana cost is 25. So 25 mana cost. So it takes maybe like 500 mana. So a single mana bar, I can probably clear off about 30k. That's not terrible. That's something I can work with. Not for combat, like at all. Obviously, it's not. It doesn't help us in combat because we're taking way too much damage for something like that to matter. But okay. Ooh, plate armor. And kind of garbage. Just a wee bit garbage. Okay, let's save it up. And fly over here. Clear this one out. We've almost cleared the island. And I need to... And by almost, I mean we have cleared the island. So we're going to swap back over to Titanland. We're not going to clear out all these because we're going to start taking hits that are really crazy powerful once we find this boss again. And we want to be able to fluctuate between this boss or any other like particularly strong packs that we have and weaker, easier fights to deal with, right? So our goal right now is to try to get another round against this boss. I should not have timed that way. And I'm possibly just going to die here. Boop. So that is negative 13 and negative 14k. So if everybody's at full HP, we can come close to getting ourselves back up. That's interesting. Why did you not share life with each other? I'm aware that the others are not. What's happening? Okay, this is an issue. Let's try this. We're just start bursting healing out and see how long it takes to get through this. Alright. What the fuck am I casting? Am I not casting? I'm casting Preservation.
Ready.
No wonder it's been going to shit. I've been chain casting Preservation. Look, I'm a very smart guy. I'm very smart. Know what I'm doing. Okay, the person who can pull me out of this is dead, so I think I'm boned. There's no shot that I'm getting around this corner. Unless there is. The person who's up is the person who's immune to half of its attacks. Weave! Dodge! Weave! Oh shit! I can't get up there. Oh shit. Tree! The tree did not save me. The tree did not save me. I had faith. My faith was misplaced. What the hell happened to my hair? Second. 1 second. Okay. Hair's just fucking crazy. Alright. This is fine. Okay, we're gonna dive out. Alright, how are you doing? We did basically nothing to you. heal for 500? Why for 500? What's happening? There we go. Alright, we have enough to go in on something, but not on you. On the plus side, we are reducing its physical resistance over time. So, we have another boss over here. This one's venomous.
Too easy.
Got a current hit point value of 19,000 at full HP with 600,000 max HP. That's very interesting. Yeah, I wonder what's going wrong with the detect life code. Detect life is clearly like fully blanking on the actual values, but it's not like it's showing a proportional value to the default value. So I'm actually curious, like, what is it looking at to pull these numbers from? Fuck. Oh shit, why? Can't believe I dodged enough attacks there to get away. Negative 13, negative 19. Fuck me. Okay. 236 is not a lot. That's not a lot of... That's not a lot of value. Okay, I need to find somebody very weak. Okay. Oh, nice. We got there. Okay. So we can cast Fly, and then once we have Fly up, these I don't think hit so hard that I'm going to be that in danger. Especially since I've been out of combat for so long that, like, Corvix healing is actually coming in. I'm curious how the out-of-combat healing things works. Because... the out of if I could figure out a way to trigger out of combat healing during a fight, then oh wait, oh I can dodge your attacks. Oh, this changes everything. I thought that I couldn't. I thought that these had good enough tracking that I couldn't dodge their attacks. They don't have good enough tracking to avoid. Okay then. This changes fucking everything, y'all. I didn't even try. It didn't even occur to me that I'd be speedy enough to do this. Whoop. Okay then. Wow, 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 wow.
This is nice.
Well, hell. That means I can be so much more aggressive. I can be so aggressive, y'all. If I can do that. Now, because of the fact that I'm so reliant on lifesteal, going in and doing chip damage against the target and taking some periodic hits from its friends is a weaker strategy than it would normally be, because of the fact that, like, I'm only hitting the enemy periodically. I'm lancing in and out, which is weakened by the fact that my alternative healing methods are all terrible. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. I should not have tried to cast that. Okay, what am I doing here? Negative 1,000 and I can't pick you up? Oh, you're at negative 18,000. Interesting. Why? Why is it not picking up the person that I can pick up at least? No, that's fine. Oh! No! Please tell me that wasn't a huge hit. It was a pretty mediocre one. I guess I could go on the lake. Just pop over here. Alright, well, we pulled all these over here, so I guess that's useful. Because they're no longer with the other big packs. 13,000 total, so we're getting there. And we can cast Fly, save it up, go kill a couple of sea serpents. Okay, we are at the green. We don't have any Supreme Titans in this pack, interestingly enough. So we don't want to fight them all together. We will just get obliterated if we try to do that, but we got a trident.
Let's leave it behind.
Every time we get a spear, that is potentially the legendary item that we need to finish up our night. Okay. It's very funny. Okay. Nailed it. And
Jump.
junk. Okay, so we cleared those. Oh yeah, this is gonna be so much easier, and it's also good that I figured that out now before I had to go into Dragon Sand. I thought that the homing effect would be too strong for that, but the homing effect is a very weak homing effect, and I already knew that the homing effect wasn't that strong, but I thought surely it's strong enough that if I'm like literally adjacent to the enemy when it hits, like when it attacks, the homing effect is going to be strong enough to prevent that from, working, right? It's like, no, not really, actually. That's bad. Turn straight into the trajectory there. Okay. So I was just like waiting to see where it teleported to because I figured it was going to cross over the line. But even then, I mean, it's going to attack first and then it's going to teleport. So, and I can't really afford to eat hits, like even like tertiary hits like that, because my ability to that gives body resistance. Which is the resistance that we need.
No space.
That's very, very funny. Oh, but it doesn't matter because this is our legendary. So unless we have a different slot, we could put that legendary in because we have another of those legendaries. So do we want to swap? Do we want to just swap these? Because of the specific resistance that it has on it, I am going to swap these two items. We will swap our legendary gloves. No, we won't. We can't do that. Not because of the cloak, but because the gloves are Armsmaster gloves, so they have to go. Ashcore's gloves are preset. We're not changing the gloves out ever. So we can eventually replace this if we find something suitable, but we're not replacing there. The gloves can't be like just moved to a different character and get the same value. That's a lot of vitality boost. Let's see.
That's no good.
The gauntlets I was looking at were. Where? I didn't drop them, right? It is warm today.
It won't fit.
This does have body resistance, which really weakens it for basically everybody else.
No room.
But yours are not very good. So let's do it. All right, that's done. We get a little bit of extra body resistance, which isn't that important, but we're just getting like a nice little overall boost to our durability. That whoa. Okay, we're fine. I just got some vertigo. Let's see here. Nothing like major, but like it's very unusual to get vertigo, so it's like startling. Let's see here. I think I'm going to ignore the normal Titan completely, because I don't think that it hits hard enough to justify caring about. It hits hard enough to justify caring about. It probably doesn't actually hit hard enough to justify caring about. Okay, so we've got a lot of enemies over there. Hey, Scatler. We just killing Titans. And realizing that we don't actually have to just brute force them and can, in fact, dodge their attacks as long as we're flying. So, you know, live and learn. How many Titans did it take before I noticed that? Which is a thing that I already knew by default, but which I assumed the homing would be sufficient to put a stop to. Took longer than you might expect. Did I discover it accidentally? Maybe. I might have discovered it slightly accidentally. All right, so we're gonna tag this one. As long as it's solo, we should be fine. Unfortunately, there's some elevation changes that are going to be a pain in the ass. All these sand dunes. All these sand dunes are causing problems. I don't want to deal with the two of you. I don't want to fight both of you simultaneously. Oh, well that's convenient. One of you's walking away now. Shit. Fuck. We only got one of them there. That's great for us. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, maybe like one more of those. All right, let's dive it here. Oops, that was silly. I mistimed that badly. You're acting very strange, friend. Fuck. Oh shit. Oh, well, we're dead. We're not necessarily dead actually, because it's not a boss, so we're actually okay. We can take it. We can actually fight these straight up if we want. So I think that it's faster to dodge their attacks, though. That was interesting. Okay, we have more than one on us. That's not good, because one of the... Oh, shit, it teleported behind us. It blocked me off from moving. Alright, I need to move this a bit further away from these, because... Oh, shit! That whole thing is rotating. What is wait, what is going on right now? This is... Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. I just look behind myself and there's like a billion enemies looking at me. We don't need to heal. What are you talking about? It's not like the person who casts fly is the person who got hit. You're fine. Alright. So that's one more Supreme dealt with. And I was freaking out because the people that were over here were still over here. Because I got turned around. Alright, so let's just dive this one. Do I need to dodge its attacks? Not really, no, but I'm probably going to dodge some at least. You know what? Maybe I do, in fact, need to dodge its attacks because I need to take... I'm going to be taking hits from the ones in the back, so... Okay. Okay, we're going to clear these out. That's a wrap. Got some gauntlets. I don't want to push those further south. I want them to just rotate east here, so... Yeah, that was a pretty decent hit. Was that the noble, or was that the normal one? You know, that was a decent chunk of damage. It was on a total slouch. Okay, I should be able to die after this. Done. Alright. Save it up. Moving on. I can't believe that it took me this long to realize that I can dodge the attacks of the Titans from melee range. That's very funny. When you know how to do a thing, and you just go, oh, I don't think this can be done here, so I'm just not gonna attempt to do it. Don't do that. Make the attempt. Because if you're wrong, and you can do it, then you could have saved so much time. Just think of the time that I could have saved by actually dodging all these attacks. Because this is not the first zone that I've been fighting these. Like, well, I actually don't... I can fly in Paradise Valley, right? It's got freaking dragons in it, so of course I can fly. So, like, in Paradise Valley, I could have just been doing this. I didn't have to eat all of those attacks. That's not a thing that I had to do. Are you stunned or something? Okay. This is stunned, which means that I'm... I was going to say, this thing's stunned, which means that I'm going to get hit by a surprise attack, because my response time isn't nearly as fast as my sense of timing, you know? Holy shit. Made a lot of hits there. Maybe this one's just approaching me for some reason. That one's stunned or paralyzed. That's terrible timing on that part. Do you think we could... You don't think it's possible to do this to the dragon, do you? Are we going to be able to kill the Emerald Island Dragon without taking a hit? Can I do this to dragons without fly? There's no shot, right? There's no shot that the homing isn't strong enough to prevent dodging a dragon in melee, but... on the ground, because the Emerald Island Dragon I can't fly for, so my movement speed is way lower. But this is also a fairly trivial dodge. Like, I don't need to be at a specific height. Like, I don't need to maximize the distance between the origin of the shot or anything. Like, it's not like this is a difficult kite. This is a very easy dodge. We might be able to make this work. I might be able... So, the dragons are not going to be super deadly outside of the one in Emerald Island, most likely. Because the one in Emerald Island I'm fighting really, really early. And I can't fly for it. But most dragons you can fly for in 7. So we actually... And Might and Magic 7 Titans use sparks, which is garbage when you're outside, so I think Land of the Giants might actually be smoother than I think. We're gonna have issues with the we're gonna have issues with the demons. I guess they're devils, aren't they? We're gonna have issues with the devils, but as a zone, I don't think that's gonna be a terribly difficult zone. If I have the ability to dodge the attacks. Paradise Valley might have been more of a problem than that zone's gonna be. So whatever that noise is, it sounds so much like a werewolf. Like a stock werewolf sound effect. Like, what on earth? I was going to cast something else. Preservation wasn't the thing that I was intending to cast there, so... Oh, there's plenty of casting update. There we go. Okay. Save it up. And one piece of unfortunate news is if we don't finish this by 1, I'm not staying late. Not because I have to do anything in particular, but because this is actually really hard on my fingers. This type of kiting is very, very rough on my right hand. My right hand is not used to having to do this much work. It's like, what are you doing? Because it is a awkward thing, like, because I have to hit, you know, I'm flying right now, so everything in the controls is on that right hand right now. The only thing my left hand's doing is tagging A, right? That's all I'm doing with my left hand. So my right hand is having to, you know, fly up to, like, insert and shit, like, to go down. I am actually going to show the like exact positioning that I am regularly putting my fingers in. So I'm regularly getting 3 fingers on all of these because I need to press up and down fast enough that I'm finger. But then I'm using this pinky to hit. Sorry, this my ring finger to hit this while I'm sitting my pinky. I can't. Sorry. So basically, ring finger here, 3 fingers down here, all set. And then my pinky is on this because this is down and this is up, and I'm going to need to adjust both directions in a short time span. So, like, I'm regularly putting my fingers in that position and then pressing a bunch of buttons in rapid succession. It is very hard on my hand. Like, it is something that I have a lot of muscle memory for. It's not difficult in the sense of, like, implementing it is hard. It's difficult in the sense of, like, ah, yes, my body. It exists in physical space and does not appreciate being contorted in such ways. Like, for this, it's not that bad because I'm mostly just pressing, forward, back, and left. So I have my thumb sitting on left, and then my ring finger is sitting above right. And then when I have to periodically like adjust back to the right, which is a fairly, it happens like once every couple of seconds or whatever. I just tag that up. But so for the really easy kiting, where I'm just doing the exact same motion over and over again, particularly counterclockwise. Counterclockwise is easier than clockwise because left is more comfortable because that's where my thumb is. It's much more comfortable to hit left. Just call me Zoolander. When I'm having to like do like quite a lot, because the other thing is that every time I have to change the camera angle, like I'm looking down right now, I then have to stretch out over to the numpad. So I'm hitting this button on the numpad, and then I've already described this kind of stuff like in a sort of like a more theoretical fashion, but like now that I'm like doing it, I'm like, oh yeah, so this is the exact hand posture. This is what crab ass shit. Carcinogenesis? Yes, it's a gaming term now. Is it carcinogenesis? No, it's carcinization, right? Yeah, carcinization. Things turning into crabs. The tendency for things to evolve into crabs is a very strong tendency. What is a spider if not a crab? What is a crab if not a crab? And like a lot of things that we call crabs, completely unrelated to each other, they just convergently evolved into that. So crabs are OP. I mean, that's literally what it is, right? That's literally what the term is for it, except, they use the old term for crab instead of the new one. Let's see. Okay. My wife is a biologist, so I get all of the elite, all of the fun, like, shenanigans going on with the biology community. Let's see. It really sounds like an animal. That's not the kid next door, right? That is some sort of machine, I think. If it's the kid next door, they're doing a great job. No notes. Actually, one note. Do this more. Scream less. Scream less. Keep doing this. I don't think it's a good list. Let's see. Okay, that is meh, kind of fine, no biggie. All right, man, I'm so glad that I noticed that I could dodge these because this would have taken so long. There's so many of these things. And every single one of them could drop our next shiny. It's truly a beautiful thing. And we already got a really good legendary while we were here. That, I mean, well, actually, I don't know that for sure. I might have gotten that in a different zone completely and have been holding on to it for 3 zones. I might have picked that up a billion years ago, but we identified it here. So that's something. I wonder if it's 3 o'clock. Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. That was very funny. Alright. That was it. Yeah, we could just wait on this. This is fine. There we go. There we go. Nobody died this time. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that nice? I actually don't know that we're going to be able to clear this before we get another 3 o'clock. We might, but I'm actually not positive. Oh, haste is almost worn off. Let's recast that. We've had to cast haste 3 times in this place. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Let's do it. Okay. 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 Can we handle both of these at the same time? Potentially. You know, weirdly, before we realized that we could kite these, we actually had burst down one of these while there was another one beating on us, so presumably with the kiting we should have an easier go at it, though it is dependent on factors. Excuse you. Done. Okay. So that's 2 more Supremes dealt with. And we we only have about 20 Supreme Titans left. So these are hitting for about 15,000 damage right think you're far enough away now. The problem... Fuck. Got directly in my path. This warping effect is so rough sometimes. How am I going to handle this? We're just going to keep fighting. I don't see any reason to pull out, because it's just going to take way too long to like get people back up anyway. What are these 300-point heals about? I thought I was going for 800 by default. Okay, we're taking some extra pot shots here. Perfect, we got everybody up. Stunned in mid-animation, which means that when it comes out of stun, it's gonna just pound into me. Luckily, it didn't. It did not come out of stun at all. Okay, so we've got that done. We just need, again, 1,000 more enemies. What do we think? Have we cleared half of the zone now? What do we think of the odds? Half the zone cleared? You only have one more supreme boss that I have eyes on right now. So I'm just gonna down and save it up. You are. Oh, you're swift. Interesting. That's gonna be interesting. I'm curious how that's gonna affect the kiting strat. In theory, it doesn't change it that much. But depending on how fast they move, it might be hard to actually, like, do sustained damage through their movement. Pick a direction, buddy. Pick a direction. And by buddy, I'm talking to myself. Pick a direction. Just go. Alright. One more supreme down. This is stunned. Got a long sword.
Useless.
Let's pursue the long sword. Okay, I don't have too much that I can do to y'all while there's a bunch of friends over there. Okay. Let's see. That was overdone me. The way that I turned, I was running into the wall, so I could have easily gotten hit there. But
We don't need this.
it wouldn't have mattered if I did, probably, and I didn't, so. We have a couple of chests here that we're going to be picking up, and that's good. Then in addition to that, we have one more boss, which will probably drop something incredibly dull and uninteresting, but it might drop a legendary. Now, to be fair, any of these Hydras could also drop a legendary. So... so there is that. You know? It could be the boss, or it could be literally anybody else. Whoop. Okay, so we've got... Okay.
Let's leave it behind.
Let's see. Okay, save it up. We've got... We're now getting close enough that we can see the Hydras in the back. So we are getting out of Titan territory. Slowly. Also curious, do you not use mine? Psychic Shock is your
Easy
spell.
prey.
Is there something wrong with damage immunity? Because I did just get hit by a Psychic Shock on Severia and take a bunch of damage, right? That was a Psychic Shock that just hit me? Or did I get pegged from behind? I'm actually tempted to literally just go look at the VOD for that. Because of the fact that I was taking AoE damage on Cortal while immune to fire against things that only use fire as like AoEs. I'm wondering if there's something weird going on there. I am actually going to look at the VOD. Because I'm curious. So we're open up the VOD. If I don't do it right now, I'm going to lose it. So I want to, because I'm not going to remember where to check in the VOD, even though I should be able to. How do I go earlier? There's no thing at the bottom. Wait, can I not scroll back during the live stream? Is that not a thing I can do on this platform? Oh. Well, shit. Really? Is theater not let me know? No. Huh. What is this platform? That is unusual. Okay, I did not realize how the platform that I exclusively stream on works. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to look at the VOD later then. It should be around 3:30. VOD 3:30. Okay. Where are we going? We're going this way. Hopefully we haven't had one of those glitches. I can do the math for it, but it will be a little less precise because we don't know how much time is missed. Okay, so we're going to clear out the rest of these slowly over time. Just a very chill afternoon Titan murdering session. And this is very much vanilla coded. Just luring out individual Titans and plowing into them. Whew. Yeah, the nice thing is that it will be very the enemy was behind me, so I won't be able to look and see if the projectile's behind me, like on the screen. But I have Wizard Eye active, so I can literally see if there's an in-air projectile heading toward me as that effect happens, very easily. So I can check the VOD for that, and we'll see. If I had to guess, if there's a problem with that, it's probably a weird bug tied to enemies that have different types of attacks, where they do 2 different damage types, where sometimes like an attack is getting flagged as the wrong damage type. Like it's being flagged as if it's the other attack that they're using. That would be my guess, if it's a thing. I feel like there's pretty good odds. I don't know. I feel like I got hit by a lot of effects that really felt like I was getting tagged by an AoE. Like the timing on it was like, what else could have possibly hit me? There were no enemies in melee range. They only have physical damage for their melee attacks. I actually don't see an alternative explanation for the stuff that was going on in that's a really, really unfortunate death because I had a really nice pull there. That's really rough that we had that death. Because, like, yeah, that was pulling some of these out, I think. And we got like a couple of these really nicely split off from the rest. And they're very densely packed. So, really unfortunate to have to redo that because it went very smoothly that time, but that's not a guarantee. It's usually going to be much more of a pain in the ass than it was there. So very unfortunate. Let's see, it's 12:33. My hand's actually getting better. I'm like getting used to the motions again. I'm being less aggressive, so it's less stressful on my hand now. So I am still going to end at 1 o'clock no matter what, because of the fact that I'm going to have a lot of this over the next few streams. There's going to be a lot of this particular type of gameplay where I'm diving in and out. That's going to be very hard on my right hand. It's currently Wednesday, right? So, is it Wednesday? It is, right? Yeah, it's Wednesday. So I still have 2 days left in stream this week. I do not want to cause a problem where, like, I have to end stream early tomorrow because or just swap to a different game that uses a controller or something because I have done too much today and then I have to follow it up with, 6 hours of it tomorrow. The fact that my hand is feeling better doesn't mean that my hand is better. It means that my hand is going to be fine today as long as I don't do too much. So I can actually feel to a degree how tired it is. Like it's harder to feel than like the normal like thing, but I can feel the fatigue setting in for that hand, and I can't really swap to the other hand. I guess I could do mouse look. Like I could just turn on mouse look for a day, which would be kind of funny. I ended up swapping like control schemes in the middle of my Hollow Knight run, because when I did when I was doing the what was that thing called? It's in the King's Palace, Path of Thorns or something like that, I think. When I was doing that, it was so hard on my hand because I was doing it with. I played most of that game with keyboard and mouse, or not mouse, just keyboard, because I am a maniac, and I was like, I mean, I'm about as good with both of these, which was true. I mean, I'm very proficient with keyboard controls that shouldn't exist. So, like, I was about as proficient, but in terms of the actual like stress to the joints and everything, no contest, right? Like it's way better to use a controller, and that's why you should use a controller for those kinds of games, not because it's easier to play, even though it is a better control scheme from that perspective as well. It's you're gonna have an easier time. You're not gonna be fucking around with your control mechanism nearly as much with a controller for a 2D platformer type thing. But also should have potentially been a hint that maybe I should just use the controller when I'm roughly as good with a controller and the non-controller, and I've been playing using the keyboard and mouse for 15 hours and for 30 minutes with a controller. Maybe you should take that as indication that yes, one of these is in fact the thing you should be using. I don't know why I'm so bad about like getting my control schemes to things that are coherent. Like, it makes sense in this because, like, I hesitate to say nostalgia because it's not really a nostalgia thing so much as like a thing that should be very uncomfortable is not, because I just have so much muscle memory, right? So, like, even like the crazy shit that I'm doing where, like, how often do people who didn't play games like this back in the 90s, how often do people like that ever hit, but people like that being literally everybody else, ever hit, like, insert, delete, home and stuff like that in a situation where they have to hit it quickly, right? Like, Nobody's ever done that, right? You have to have played like a specific style of game before WASD became the standard in order to really have any reason to do that, right? I can't think of it. There's like no modern game that would ever demand that of you, and there's no other usage case for why you would be needing to like go rapidly through that kind of stuff, right? Those aren't like a programmer might have to hit a lot of those buttons fairly regularly, but it's not like time critical. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh shit, I better hit home in the next like 4 seconds or things, or like 4 milliseconds, or things are going to go badly for me. Like, there's no. It's a very different thing. God, it's funny how like this is not really that related, but it's funny how certain like media just has really great things that you just continuously like remember throughout your life. There's an XKCD comic about workflow, where there's some software error, right? You know what? I'm just gonna link it. I'm gonna link it in chat because there's there's no way that I'm going to describe it in a way that is good enough. I can't type in chat in this, so I need to actually go to... I don't know why. That's very strange. It's telling me to log in, but it's like, of course I'm logged in. I'm streaming. What are you talking about, log in? Alright. So, this comic, I just thought of... this. Every time I think of the word workflow, I think of this comic. This is too good. You know, oh, the CPU no longer changes in version 10.17. The CPU no longer overheats when you hold down spacebar. Comments. Longtime user 4 writes, this update broke my workflow. My control key is hard to reach, so I hold spacebar instead, and I configured Emacs to interpret a rapid temperature rise as control. Admin writes, that's horrifying. Longtime user 4 writes, look, my setup works for me. Just add an option to re-enable spacebar heating. And... I love that so much. It's so cute. I really enjoy it. It's a very believable interaction on the internet, especially as someone who plays a lot of retro games, right? Like, because you know, I'm not in like programming circles that much. I mean, a little bit because people do modding. You know, I talk to developers periodically, but I'm not really that deep into any sort of like programming circles. So the whole workflow thing is not so much a thing that I'm that familiar with. I'm vaguely familiar with it, but the thing that I'm really familiar with is, you know, the developer fixing an obvious problem that obviously needs to be fixed, and then people going like, oh, well, my entire strategy for using your software was built upon the fact that the software didn't work. Could you make the software stop working again? Like, this has been a thing that I've seen people say many, many times. So, anyway, I love it. You know, control is a little hard to hit, so... I love it. Oh, I have a file of ooze ectoplasm. Exciting. And we're getting pretty close to done here, actually. We're chunking our way through the last little bits of this. Things should get a little bit faster because we no longer have such huge packs anymore. With smaller packs left, we have more room to play with, and it's easier to like split the targets off, things like that. Like this one is just gonna come right to us here. Burn this one down. Okay. I had a really easy pull with that one, and I really did a bad job doing it. Okay. Okay. So, I need you to die for me, please. Die. I am just going to try to beat this one to death. We're just going to fight it straight.
That's no good.
Because again, we can. We can actually fight them straight right now. It's just a little bit hard. Just a teensy bit hurt. Yeah, things are going to get a lot harder. I did, in fact, hit numlock somehow. I don't know when I hit numlock, but I hit it at some point. I was like, I don't feel like I'm looking down, but it's not letting me look further down. Okay. So, save the game, repair you, cast fly, save the game. This should probably be hardened, right? Like, maybe, wait, maybe we should harden this, huh? Let's see, what is harden item again? Harden item is... I'm not going to worry about it right now. We'll worry about it when we're doing inventory management. We have 15 minutes to go. I'd like to, at the very least, loot this. And it looks like we can peel a couple of these off from the pack. Ooh, we can peel off 3, one of which is a Supreme. That's excellent for us. The other one isn't coming with these 2, which is honestly even better. So we're going to just eat the attacks from the other one. We're hitting so hard now. It's going to be really interesting seeing what the late game of my Magic 7 is like. I'm curious, like, whether we're going to get more powerful or less powerful relative to the, like, true late game enemies over the course of that last continent. I'm very curious about that. Okay, there we go. Cleared you down. And you, and you. Okay. Okay, these are all kind of dull. But we have pulled a couple more out of this pack. Oh no! You need to go... Ooh, that's concerning. Okay. Luckily, it attacked, but then stayed still. It didn't attack and then go back. So, we can hopefully... Very slowly, man. Just sitting here eating attacks that I don't need to be eating. I'm actually curious. Do liches get immunity to both body and mind? I'm trying to recall. I felt like they did in 7. Oh shit. Oh, right, you're Swift. I forgot about that. Okay. So the Swift one should be able to be separated away from the other pretty easily, I would think. Because it's going to move, like, twice as far with each hit. Yeah, they're already completely separated from each other. Perfect. Alright. So, we're going to dive in here. We're going to try to take out the Swift one. Let's take out this Swifty. Got 14 hours on haste. Ooh, yeah, the speed on this thing is going to be a problem. I don't know. Ooh. Okay, luckily... I think I need it to be on the water. I need it slowed. Wait, it won't be slowed by the water. It doesn't get slowed at all by the water. Ooh, that's a concern. We've done a decent bit of damage already, though. I think we might actually have to eat an attack every time we want to catch up to it. And then we need to be basically, like, so close to it that it doesn't move away. If we want to stay on it, I'm gonna get away to get a save off because we have been fighting this for a while and we've gotten some progress into it. And this is going to be a difficult encounter. This is the thing that I was concerned about is definitely a real problem in this context. It's moving so quickly that that if I move far enough away from it that it can move, then it'll just basically force me to eat an attack to maybe get distance on it again. This is a difficult kite. This is actually very enjoyable. I'm so happy that we ran into a swift version of these Titans. This is a very, very cool fight. And I think there's a way to make this work consistently. But I don't think I'm going to find it on this attempt. I think it would take maybe 20 minutes of fighting this thing, would be my guess, to be able to realistically... Like, what I'm basically looking to do is, I think, charge at its head. See, that's an example of an attack that should not have dealt damage, right? Because that was Psychic Shock, right? That was a Psychic Shock hit. And Psychic Shock doesn't deal damage to the vampire. Like you can hear there's a difference in the impact between the two abilities that they have. Wow, I'm missing a lot, or I'm too low? Question mark. Okay, I'm actually gonna reload. Let's see how far we've moved the HP bar. We haven't moved it pretty much at all on that. So. Well, we're dead. We're not recovering from that. Okay. If we had core work up, there's the possibility that we recover from it, but very low probability. Without core work up, to get a chain paralyze going, it's absolutely not happening. Okay. On the plus side as well, when we wow, we really fucked that up bad. Because of our current setup, when we hit E, it doesn't auto-target because we're using a single target spell on the person who needs to cast Fly. So I can actually use E just to line up a fly. Shit, I fucked that up. It was pretty close. Okay. We might have the strat. Yeah, I think we might have it now. We just need to orient ourselves and not try for runs where we're not going to get it. Like, we're not going to get it here. Oh, it ran into a thing I actually could have gotten it there. But because it ran into the thing, it also meant that I couldn't get on the next iteration. Fuck. Okay, we're going to fly away. What should we get? we got a pretty good hit into it there. We got quite a few individual attacks in. That is so funny. Okay, now we can pop back in here, get our next attempt in, see how things go. Let's see. Let's see. Oh god. Okay, we got the... That was very, very silly of me. We're gonna keep the hits coming. They don't stop coming. Hit the ground running. Hopefully not. That would be a very bad sign if we hit the ground running, honestly. Okay. Alright, let's go save, because we got ourselves back up again. And we don't have that much further to go. We only have an hour left in preservation. I was not expecting it to be that low. How low is regen? Over it, we're fine. Okay. Fucked it up. There we go. Shit. Why can't I see you? Okay, there we go. Fuck. Okay. I should save. I'm not going to. We're gonna go for the kill. Oh boy. So low. Fuck. And... Boom! Whew.
This is nice.
That is... not very good. Not very good, actually. That's, pretty mediocre. Alright, so we cleared out that one. We have a couple more of the things over here. And we've got 2 minutes left. And it's tempting to, do the rest. It's particularly tempting because of the fact that I really don't have very much left. We've got this Titan. And I'm just, you know what? I'm going to try to brute force this Titan. Because if I brute force this Titan, we don't have anything else that we need to kite that much left in the zone. So that'll be easier on my hand. And we can go after you if we want. We have 2 more of these Titans to deal with. Okay. We're gonna clear through these, and then once we've cleared through these, we will deal with... Oh, actually... we already had you on us, I didn't realize. Okay. Oh, they were both on us? Well, we were really wasting our time going after those hydras, huh?
Victory is up.
Okay, we got a ring. Can't identify. Let's go ahead and equip it. A bow for this.
Now here's something.
2 points of air resistance and all 7 statistics. That is interesting because that's a upgrade over this. If we have anything that's weaker, this is of mind and dark magic. I don't really need this. Certainly don't need it equipped right now. So let's just equip this. That is a fairly good ring, especially because the intention for this character is to eventually be getting the air magic as our highest, I believe. So we're currently sitting on mind as the highest, but we'll eventually be transitioning over to air most likely. All right, I think we've cleared the exterior of the map. It is tempting to go after all of these sea terrors. They're not going to be that hard to take out. But I'm going to... There's quite a few of them. I'm going to obey the rule that I set, that I'm not going past 3 o'clock, because of the fact that this has been a very physically intensive thing for my hand. So we're not going to take any risks that we cause a problem for ourselves tomorrow or the next day. We're just going to be playing it safe. So next time we will finish off the rest of the exterior of this zone, and then we will have the ability to turn in some stuff. And then I think Dragon Sand is like basically right around the corner at that point. Like, we're basically just doing Dragon Sand, and that's going to be a huge long thing. We have some Titans to deal with. We have the Defender enemies, which the Defender enemies, I think, do predominantly physical damage. So it's going to be another dungeon that's probably going to be fairly difficult for us. But we'll see. We're going to be doing some inventory management before we go to Dragon Sand at all. I think I'm going to basically do all the crafting that I can do. Yeah, you're thinking about what I'm thinking with the Titans. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know whether they have or not. My guess is probably not. But that would be very cool. I would actually enjoy that. And we are actually getting like strong enough that I think Dragon Sand is going to be feasible to do without too much difficulty. It's going to take a long time probably to purge through the whole place. Just because we're going to have to be doing like a lot of kiting. There's just like a lot of maneuvering to get the enemies in positions. I'm hopeful that we'll find some cool stuff. I'm not really expecting too much, to be perfectly honest. We might find a legendary. We might find 6, we might find any number of them, but I don't have very, very high expectations of that. To be perfectly honest, I think that we're probably going to find maybe one item in Dragon Sand that is like, oh, this is a really good item. I'm like excited to have this. Kind of like we have the one legendary that we have here. I don't know whether I picked it up here or whether I picked it up in the previous zone even, but that is a pretty nice item to have. Pretty clutch. Good to have it. I'm excited for that. But next time, we'll be basically testing ourselves against one of the really long dungeons. We'll be leveling up a tiny bit. We'll just be able to put out like 3 or 4 levels because we're going to have like an extra 100,000 experience. Maybe that'll give us a few more levels, but not going to get too many levels out of this. But then we'll be doing a lot of inventory management. I'm going to start going through my crafting items and getting rid of just dumping them into stuff now. We have quite a lot of legendaries. We need to get them all basically capped out. to try to like sort of make up for some of the damage done by our like healing throughput reduction, and honestly, I do think that we're now strong enough, and the lifesteal that we have is good enough that it should all be manageable. The fact that I can dodge the attacks of the dragons, well, I haven't confirmed that, but the fact that I can dodge attacks from titans means I can probably dodge attacks from dragons. If I can dodge attacks from the dragons, we're fine. Like, we'll be fine in Dragon Sand. We'll be able to clear it out. The defender mobs, we should be able to use corners to good effect. We might struggle a little in that zone, but hopefully we're able to deal with it without too much difficulty. And once we've done that, we have the demon stronghold, like the hive or whatever it is. We'll have that place, and that place is going to be real rough. We're not going to be able to do the classic dive into the demons and blow them all up thing. The difficulty level is way too high for that. There's no shot. Like, we saw the mini version of that in the previous location, and that the mini version of that obliterated us. So I can only imagine, like, think about how many bosses are in that room. That room's going to be it's either going to be a lot of fun or very frustrating, or both. We'll find out. Anyway, next time is Dragon Sand, and I guess finishing off a few sea serpents. Hopefully we find some really shiny stuff to make Might Magic 7 a little bit easier. I still fully believe that we're going to be able to take out that dragon no problem, and we might even be able, fingers crossed, we might be able to dodge its attacks in melee range with even through the homing with no fly. You know, maybe we might be able to. I don't think we're going to be able to, but it doesn't matter. We've got